Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Down the music. I think we're ready to go. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're going to be building another 3D printer today. So exciting day. I haven't streamed in a while. If that wasn't too evident last week where I forgot to put the video public. I think I managed to do so today. So hopefully that's checked off and I didn't even need Steve to remind me to do it. But let me know if you can hear me in the chat, how the audio sounds. Is it a little high, a little low? Can you hear the music? It should be just kind of barely hearable in the background. It sounds good. Awesome. Welcome, Brenovic. How is it going? How's the printer build or design going? I think I've posted it everywhere on socials. And hopefully we'll get some folks joining the stream. But yeah, last week we were unboxing this kit, or was it 2 weeks ago? In the previous stream, we were unboxing this kit, so you can go back and check that. This should be in a playlist that is also in. So pretty interesting kit. It's a R1 kit still. The R2 files aren't out. If during the build the R2 files for the Trident come out, then we will maybe shift and switch to doing that, but we'll see where we're at when that happens. So interesting things in this kit. We've got CANBus, we've got a Nevermore that's included. Trying to think of anything else that's quite different. Other than that, I think it's pretty much a fairly stock Trident kit. It uses the Manta board instead of an octopus, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. To remind you guys, we are using the ASA Galaxy Blue from Polymaker and the yellow ABS for our colors for the print. Kind of going for a FORMBOT type, or excuse me, not FORMBOT, for a Fallout theme build. So yeah, I've got some dual color prints that I tried out. Not really super liking the results, but we'll see if we end up using some of those parts. To talk about something that we touched on last week, I started talking about some of the Tech. Can't think of the name. I lost words today. Tech foaming TPU that I've been playing with in order to print out some grips for sim racing steering wheels. I've been, toying with it, playing with the temperatures and the flow rates, and I'm really, really impressed with it so far. So on this steering wheel, I've got 2 grips. This is printed in a typical TPU that is like 95A. It's kind of the standard stuff that you'll likely find on, Amazon and from a lot of companies. And on this side, it's the foaming TPU. And you can just see how much more give that has. This barely has any give, or what I would say is plushness. And this feels kind of like EVA foam, if that makes sense. It just feels way more comfortable in the hand. I need to play around and mod the file so that the split comes together. But yeah, that's a little bit of an update on this. I'm really, really happy with it. You can see how malleable and how much it bounces back. I played around with a little bit of PLA support interface in order to be able to peel it off. If you've ever 3D printed TPU, if you have any support material, it can bond very, very easily. And I think this foaming TPU bonds even easier. So I tried even like a Z gap of like 0.3, and it still was kind of fusing together. So I did get some decent results with using just PLA interface. The problem is I only have a single nozzle extruder, so I had to do manual changes. So, but we're gonna play around with that a little bit more and just see what that turns out as. They've got a few different types. They've got PEBA, and they've also got the Roamer, which they advertise for kind of printing shoes. And I think ModBot has some information on that. That filament looks a lot more like professional as foam grips than regular TPU, definitely. And they feel better, and that's the main thing. When you're kind of sim racing, you're holding onto the steering wheel for potentially hours, and if you kind of have a tight grip from racing close with some people, it can kind of cause some fatigue on the hands. So having a nice kind of plush feel with some give is really, really cool. A lot of higher end sim racing wheels use silicone or polyurethane that have like a 9 or a 60A shore rating, and this is much closer to that. I think if you print this at the highest temperature and reduce the flow rate, it'll foam even more and give you even more plushness than that. So I'm going to continue playing around with that. But let's get into the build now that we've kind of caught up on some stuff. So off stream, I've done some prep, as you might be able to see here. Starting out with the linear rails, I cleaned them and greased them. I didn't really think it was super important to show that on stream. There's a whole bunch of videos and streams where people have done that. I did the method where I cut open the bag these come in, poured in some IPA about halfway, and sloshed these around, moved the carriages around a bit. Not much in terms of shipping grease or any kind of dirt came out of it. After that, I did the Steve method where I take the carriages off carefully, and I've got this syringe I think I got from KB3D, and I applied the grease, the EP2, directly to the raceways and the ball bearings, and then moved the ball bearings around the raceways. It's a little risky. You might end up, losing some balls, but if you're careful and, do it the way Steve has done it in a number of videos, it works out really well. Once you get a little bit of grease on all of the balls, the likelihood of them flying out of the carriage and just going somewhere else is greatly reduced. It kind of acts as a little bit of a retention. So they all feel pretty good. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 MGN9 rails. They all feel about the same in terms of kind of how good they feel. The preload feels the same on them. So I'm not going to make too much of a fuss over determining which one's going to be Z and which one's going to be the Y, I guess. And then we've got this big chunky MGN12, which I believe is for the X. It does feel like it has a relatively heavy preload, but all of them are feeling really, really nice. So yeah, I'm always a little nervous about kind of greasing and cleaning these, but as I've done this is my 4th Voron build, I just kind of gotten a little bit more comfortable with it. Other things I did off stream was a lot of organization. So we've got bins all around that are, kind of divided up. We've got M3 hardware, M5 hardware. I've got my hex tray, kind of following in Steve's shadow. Then I've got all my, wiring and electronics and fans and toolhead stuff, kinematics. And then we've got some prints that we're going to be using kind of relatively soon. And I've got my tools for squaring the frame. We've got a quartz countertop so that we can make sure we're building the frame as square as possible. And we're about ready to get into it, I think. I also prepared a lot in terms of getting some of the frame pieces ready. I preloaded quite a few of the T-nuts in here. I'm not sure every single one is going to be perfect, but I tried to kind of just make the streams flow a little bit better, and it's something Steve did in the build that he did with Pooch, and it seemed to kind of help expedite the stream fairly well, and kind of concentrated the building on actual kind of what I would consider important parts. I don't think you guys want to sit here watch me loading nuts into extrusions for an hour, but yeah, let's start to hop into the actual instructions. So I mentioned that on the Voron Trident FORMBOT GitHub, there is a pull request which has their build notes wrapped into the PDF. So I actually opened that up and was looking through it, and it seems to be pretty good. Just on certain pages, there's bright red text that calls out whenever there is something specific to this kit. So for instance, when they note about putting in the Hall effect sensor magnet, he's put in a build note that's basically straight out of their build notes that says, we don't use these, we're using physical in-stop. So yeah, that's pretty cool that a user was willing to go through and do that. And we're going to be following this and hopefully not mess up anything that is called out. I also have the build notes here if we need them. It looks like we don't do anything particularly different until page 48. So yeah, how are we doing on drop frames and bitrate? Looks pretty good. Which camera do we want to have? We'll do the front camera as for the camera and camera. But yeah, I'll have this up in the background and I'll try to put it up so that you guys can see it. Let's get back to this. And small desktop, so I'll hop back and forth between those. If anybody has questions about the kits or, you know, comments about their experience building a Voron or the Trident kit, let me know. But let's get into step 1. Building the frame. So the way the frame came in the packaging was actually pretty much conducive to how you need to organize them. So the first step I did was get them all, you know, splayed out like this. There's a lot of the A extrusions and then the B extrusions. And then there's minor differences between like the H and the E and the F and I think the D. And a lot of the times the only difference between those two are that some the ends are tapped on one and the ends aren't tapped on the other. That might be different in a 300 build, but for the most part, it was pretty easy to organize them for mine. And then I just kind of walked through these steps, and anywhere I saw preloaded nuts, I went ahead and tried to preload them. So we need the C extrusion, which is this guy. And we need to kind of try to be careful about orientation since I've preloaded these nuts. And then we need an A extrusion, and we need to kind of, again, know which A extrusion we want to use. I think this will be the front left A extrusion, and then we need a B extrusion that will be the back. So that's the kind of complicated bit about preloading all these nuts, is you have to be pretty particular in the direction that you do all of this stuff. Hey man, where's my mouse? Hi, your GitHub repo was a huge help when I was assembling my Voron V0 FORMBOT kit. Thanks, I'd like to get a Voron Trident in the future too, so have a good stream. Thank you for checking out all of the streams. Thank you for commenting, and welcome to the stream. If you hang out, then you can get an idea of what is involved in building this kit, and otherwise, just thanks for watching. Nice thing is that you can just roll in nuts with the 2020s on like the 15s. Yes, I've built 3 V0s now, and it's kind of a pain in the butt where you have to preload it, and if you mess up, then you can kind of screw yourself over and have to disassemble a whole lot. Layer by layer, glad you see you're streaming again. Thanks, welcome to the stream. I've seen you in Fetter's Discord quite a bit, and his streams as well. He's streaming like every other night with a new printer. It's crazy right now. But we need to take, so they call out putting the H extrusion in, and that would be this one. So this one is threaded. That's how I was able to identify it. But I've already preloaded our Z-rail M3 T-nuts and then some of the ones that we need on the side. And what I've done is, instead of us sliding this in, I'm going to use this as a spacer later on. So I've just slid in the screw, if you guys can see. So that's what the H extrusion is eventually going to screw into, but we're not going to do that yet. But I've already got all of the button heads on here, and I've done the Steve method where I've taken washers and applied them to the button heads, so that when I'm torquing these down, what tends to happen is one of the extrusions will end up twisting, but if you have a washer in there, it can help prevent that. So we're gonna try to Steve it up. Renovic said, yeah, I spent a lot of time planning out where all the hex nuts would go when you built a Micron. Yeah, it's a little bit stressful. I think it's one of the most finicky and unfun parts about building one of the small printer for ants or V0 based printers. Is just like stressing out about that. The LDO extrusions kind of help because you can slide in the nuts if you miss any and get them out. But yeah. So these are M5x16s that I've already preloaded, and we need to take a B extrusion with these holes facing forward because this is going to be the left side of the printer, and we should just be able to slide it on there and slide it on in that direction. It does make it a little bit more finicky to get them all connected up, but let's go to this camera for the B camera. And then I have to get my keyboard out of the way. We're gonna try to follow Steve's lead in as many ways as possible. So I usually use 1, 2, 3 blocks, but I know Steve likes to use a set of clamps. To do this part, to just kind of hold everything nice and close together. So we're gonna try to follow that lead. What do we need? These are M5, so we need like a 3.0. I've got my Fabrico drivers. Is 3.0 right? It's like it. When in doubt, just Steve it out. I watched him and Pooch build their Trident. I've watched that stream numerous times, so hopefully I picked up some stuff. And I've just been watching Steve for so long now. I've been very much influenced by the way he chooses to do stuff because he's a pretty experienced builder. Of course, the designer of this kit, or excuse me, of this printer. Is that how he does it, or does he do it with this laying flat? This way. Keep me in check. If I mess something up, let me know. I'm hoping the frame build will go relatively quickly compared to the V0s, just because at first you're basically just putting together a big cube. Whereas with the V0s, you're kind of having to do all these cantilevered arms and stuff all over the place, and it gets a little bit more wild. But yeah, we've got front, left. We need the right extrusion. I got to go. I'll join back if you're still streaming. Cool. Thanks for hopping in. I'll see you later if you make it back. You need the front right. Excuse me, the right. This is just a regular A. I haven't preloaded like every single T-nut. There's a lot that you need to do on the bottom in order to support the skirts, but I didn't quite preload all of those. So same deal here. If I can provide a view for you guys that's better, let me know. All right, it's like a shuffling game at the moment. I wonder if I can do 2 of these guys just to keep it super square, but I need 2 clamps. Well, maybe not. I guess the problem is you could over constrain it during this step. But I'm going to take the steps at the end to go ahead and kind of loosen and retighten everything in every corner. So hopefully I won't have shot myself in the foot. Has anybody had experience with this particular kit or a Trident? If so, what have you felt is the trickiest part? Oh, I need to start recording as well. All right, I think all of that is correct. No shifting so far. Now we need to make sure that these face the correct way, which is just, I think, this direction back into the printer. And then there's a particular A extrusion that I've set out as the front, which is this guy. I don't have quite enough space in this current setup. And I'm trying to keep everything where you guys can see. Man, I'd be in trouble if I was building a 300, wouldn't I? I was like debating, do I have enough room to store a 300 or, you know, keep it, but actually at risk of not having enough room to actually build a 300 in this current setup. Definitely not a 350. But yeah, compared to a V0, the frame just seems like it just flies together relatively quickly, and then the majority of the build is in the rest of the kinematic system, and it almost feels the opposite with the V0. Like half the frustration or complexity I had was with the frame. Still nice and flat. I mean, it's a larger, you know, extrusion profile, so I guess that's to be expected. Hey, El Alraca, the hardest part is indeed to make it square. Okay, we'll see how good of a job I do. I am used to doing blind joints now. When I first did the V0, that was kind of foreign to me. And again, we need to make sure that our extrusions are, or excuse me, our rail T-nuts are facing the inside. And then another little complicated bit I brought on myself is these washers. Be a little difficult to get aligned, but you can't have the let me get rid of this painter's tape. You can't have the button heads out too far or in too far, or you can't get stuff started up. The Shrimp Father, welcome. How's it going? Thanks for hopping into the stream. Facing back this way towards the inside of the printer. And look, we're about to be like a quarter way through the frame. And not very much time. In the past, I've just used 1, 2, 3 blocks to kind of square things up. I like it because you can kind of lay them on stuff and they've got a little bit of weight as well, which I find can sometimes help. The clamp is nice. You'll see that I'm kind of like holding on to it sometimes, even though I don't need to because the clamp is there, because that's just kind of how I'm used to doing it. But with 2 corner squares like this, it's kind of nice because you get the inside one set up and then swap it. If you guys are in chat, let me know if you guys have any builds going on or projects. Always interested to hear that. All right. No rocking. It's good to see so far. And I haven't really been following the instructions, but I kind of knew what was up. So they want us to again put this H extrusion on. We're going to hold off on that because we're going to use it as a spacer for this next part, I believe. So they want us to use the E extrusion as a single spacer for each side, but I can't recall who I saw mention this, or maybe I made it up myself, but on a 250 at least, the E and H extrusion are the exact same size. The only difference is that the the H extrusion is tapped and the E isn't. So my thought is we can just use both of these as spacers and it should be relatively easy to get this set up. So we have preloaded these side kind of gantry extrusions with T-nuts, M3 T-nuts on both sides, because we have to mount the rails on, are they on the top or the bottom? But we also have backers. So I've got titanium backers I got from KB3D. I think they're from Wapping. And so I've preloaded nuts on both sides. And there's like one random M3 T-nut in this part that's here. And I need to see where that goes. Oh, Roka said something. I'm reassembling my Voron 2.4 to get rid of some bent extrusion. That's rough. Did you self-source those extrusions or did they come in a kit? Yeah, we are now going to drop this guy in. If I get where the M3 belongs compared to the other ones mixed up, then I'll just deal with it. Let's see how well this works out. It's just hard to get that washer in sometimes with the head. Might be too far out. or it's slightly askew. There we go. Come on. Just drop down. Oh, we got some chats. Trying to do a triple instance of Clipper on an Ender 3 stock board. So what is that, like the 4.2.7 or something? CR10 V3 and Ender Max Neo stock board. Failing all around. Well, I haven't done any multiple instances of Clippers. I was thinking about trying to play around with Docker images to see if I could get something set up, but hey, Down Under Maker. Good morning to you. Good evening to those on the East Coast. Extrusions came on the kit, but they got bent with time, probably due to wrong mounting in the first time. Gotcha. 7 watching, but only 2 likes. Do this guy a solid and hit the like button, even if you can't spell FORMBOT in the title. Whoopsie. I'll fix it in post. What would I do without you guys? So yeah, you have to be careful to slide these in pretty squarely or else they won't fall into place, is what I figured out. Which makes sense. Just if they get askew either that way or that way, then the corners are going to start to hit. And I think people recommend laying this down to do, but I don't want to do that. Spelling is not my specialty. Hey, at least you know I didn't use AI to do it, right? Do we even need this for this part? I don't know that we do. Make sure I didn't block myself or put an extrusion in facing the wrong way. Did I do that? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. This is just in the wrong spot. This is the front of the printer. I got mixed up. Sonic Patch sucks hard. I may make pocket money on breaking machines that got Sonic padded. You're in a 4B. I'm still mostly using Pi 4s. I've got a 5. I've got 2 5s I haven't used for anything yet. I used to do a lot more arcade cabinets and other fun Pi projects, but kind of 3D printing is the only 3D printer builds are the only thing I'm working on right now that involve Pis. And does that mean my frame is just super square, that it's this hard to get these in and out? Or am I gonna have to loosen one of these up to give myself enough wiggle room? Yeah, I think the washer just makes it so you've got much less clearance for the screw heads. You have to be like perfectly parallel. Get this out. There we go. All right, so backtrack number 1. Well, from what I recall from watching Steve and Pooch's stream, they had to backtrack on several parts and had to have viewers let them know that they had missed something or had something in the wrong orientation. So I take some solace in that. This hardware is also much easier to deal with. See, it's not a Voron build without a backtrack. Yeah. But as it goes, I still think that this frame at least is way less complex than building a V0 frame. It just makes sense in my head better, if that makes sense. I can just visualize how the extrusions come together. All right, so this is now the front of the printer. Always and forever. We're still not rocking. Yep. It's just so hard to see what corner ends up constraining it every single time it locks up. I've got pieces of my headphones falling off. V0's too tight. Usually starts rocking when you complete the top part. I can see that. I think I just need to it's like the least complex part of the build and I'm having trouble with it. I'm over constrained with the washers. Like there's barely enough room for the head of the button head, as well as the washer. But the thought behind the washer is to make it so when I start tightening things, it doesn't get over torqued, or it doesn't end up torquing out of true. All right, so we got to redo this guy down here. And then do the guy up top. Maybe this whole using two extrusions as a guide here just overcomplicates stuff, but if overthinking things was an Olympic sport, I'd have at least one gold medal. Down Under Maker, it sounded like you weren't really a fan of compute modules the last time we talked on stream. Or was it some compute modules in particular that you didn't like? This is not tight. Not square, rather. CBX sucks fine. The Raspberry ones are fine. Gotcha. This side feels really good. This one doesn't. Much better. Okay, have I tightened this down yet? Did I do this the wrong way again? Yep. I put this in upside down. Wow. I don't have enough camera angles to help you guys really see how much I'm messing up. Why'd you out? Hopefully. Second backtrack. It's a Pro Voron stream. I'll take that. Oh, I've got T-nuts in there, so I can only go from one direction. That's an interesting complexity of preloading nuts that I hadn't considered. Probably not an issue if you're not constantly backtracking. I think Steve mentioned that like some of the extrusions in particular, when building the frame, benefit from having the washers. Probably didn't need to do it on all of them, but kind of not knowing which one was which, it felt almost easier to do it on all of them. There we go. Pro Voron stream. Okay. Are all of these in the right orientation now? May this be the last time I do this. Hopefully things will speed back up after I get this done. All right, we still got 0 dropped frames. Happy to see that. I think this is unnecessary, but I've been doing it. I probably don't want to pinch it there because it's got to slide in, right? I was worried for a second when I couldn't find that hole. Don't look too close or you need to backtrack in. Would you rather proceed with blind ignorance or make the like 18th realization that you've messed up? I think it's on the bottom that one M3 needs to go. And it's on the bottom front, but I can't remember what side. Maybe the front right? Because that's where that one funky thing that attaches to the carriage goes. Up in place. Like you have a millimeter of acceptable clearance with this. It went slightly better. I think we're gonna go without the clamp for this one. Okay, this took entirely too long. Probably made it more complex than it needed to be. No matter how hard you try, it won't be perfect. True. And that's something that helped me back with my first Voron V0 build, is that I was definitely trying to make things too close to perfect. I was really kind of caught up with my carriage, the Z carriage falling and being able to, ride smoothly, and that's probably not necessary whatsoever. Now we can take whichever one is the correct extrusion. This guy will be the one that goes in the back. And if we've done this right, it should be threaded. It is threaded. That screw head just free spinning. So was that worth it whatsoever? Probably not, but I like to kind of test things out and try things my own way, see if they are of any consequence. Of course, thousands of people have already built this printer and probably would have noted if it needed anything like that, but what are you gonna do? Now the rest of the A extrusions, so the only thing we have left just are the 4 top parts. So was it Roca that said this is where things tend to get a little out of skew? My inkling is just to get them all dropped in and then flip the whole thing upside down. When has my intuition ever been right? You guys just watch me do 20 minutes of unnecessary stuff. This is not the final fitment. I'm just getting them in. It's 5:30, so I've got nowhere to be. Awesome. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Always funner building with people. Oh, I hope I didn't just scrape the mic and give you guys an ear rash. I wanted to build out a Lazy Susan like Steve has. Not that big of a printer, but my main worry is just scraping the extrusions while I'm spinning it constantly. I'll be going upside down now. Yeah, I'm gonna flip it as soon as I just get all 4 somewhat in place and then go through each corner again. So probably would have been worth it to just do it. You ever just have that feeling where the first way you think of doing something just feels right, and then when you reevaluate and think, is that right? It just doesn't feel right, or the other way doesn't feel right? None of these A extrusions have anything preloaded in them, so I don't have to worry about orientation with them at all. LTX Designs has Lazy Susan kits, and he can put the channel logo on it. Okay. Always while building a Voron. I'm constantly like questioning why they have the instructions the way they do, and then it takes you royally messing something up or doing it in an overly complex way to realize, oh, okay, yeah, they probably actually knew what they were talking about. All right, all of these are loose. all my extraneous painter's tape out of the way. Trying to make sure I push this corner down as I'm tightening it to make sure it's flush against the surface. I think that's where I've had issues in the past. Plagueis Slim, what? I haven't seen you live in a while. Welcome back. Thanks. Welcome back to you as well. Yeah. I really like a project to kind of get the creative juices flowing and get some motivation. It's really hard to kind of, for me at least, to get motivated to kind of stream every day. Guys like Nero, Steve is, you know, when he's not traveling, he's been streaming every weekend for like 300 streams or something like that. That takes a lot of dedication, discipline, motivation. Projects, you know, a new toy kind of helps me have some motivation. Built by V0 watching your streams. Awesome. Welcome. How's the V0 printing? Also, for those of you who have Voron builds, are they on the Voron database? I wish you could put together like a group. I don't know what I'm thinking. Just like a way for like a whole bunch of people who are currently talking to see each other's printers. When you're paying out of your pocket, it's harder too. Bigger channels aren't paying for most of their content hardware. True. Doing a FORMBOT Micron at the moment. You've got 2 of them in the database. Okay, all my V0s are in the database. I plan on putting this one up there too. I spent about an hour just looking through builds before starting this one, just trying to get ideas for color schemes, themes, what mods people are doing. I think I might hear the slightest bit of a rock. A rock. Which direction are we going next? That's the last corner. Is it the Maple Leaf Maker guys who started the Voron database? I feel like it was. Again, I want to make sure I push this corner down as flush as I can get it. That is not flush whatsoever. I'm like falling back to just clamping everything with my hands instead of the actual clamp. Steve should bless me with those R2 files. I wouldn't hate it. Tinker Atlas. I haven't checked that out. If it's under 1 millimeter, it's tolerable, I think. Might be wrong. That'd be dope. What is Tinker Atlas? Let me bring that up. No, Tinker. My K button is stuck. Is it just like a repository for builds and things? Oh, okay. So you can post multiple of just like, there's a Millennium Falcon in here. And you can just post what you're making. Get inspired. Tools for makers, show your work, find your people. That's cool. So you can do kind of build logs and stuff like that. That's really nice. Thanks for pointing that out, Down Under Maker. I don't know. I need to check the other dimensions now. Let me get some of this excess stuff out of the way. So this is our X gantry extrusion. This is our bed, and this is the back piece extrusion. All right, this took a little while longer to get the base frame together than I would have liked. I need to get this more better. Let's do, I keep hitting my microphone with metal parts. And this needs to be, oh, I need to go back to this. This needs to be 175 millimeters, if I'm not mistaken. Is that in a previous step or the upcoming step? Oh, we're about to move on to the AB drives. A 250, I think this is 175. Yep. I don't think I have calipers that go to, that goes to 150. We've got our handy dandy Voron ruler somewhere. Where did I throw that? Here it is. Will this fit? It would be really nice if that was exactly 175 millimeters, at least for this one build. Oh. Looks pretty close. Guess it should be the same on both. Maybe shorter on this side than it is on the other. I need to go back and check the name, but somebody was mentioning running multiple Clipper instances on the same machine. Are there any kind of good videos or projects that do that? I feel like Chris's Basement has a series on Clipper and may have gone over like doing multiple on a single instance when pies were very, very hard to get. That's pretty good. Sounds good, but in practice it sucks. Really don't do that. Don't do it. I lost my cursor. Or did my keyboard die? No. We are mostly done with the frame. Am I forgetting any steps? Anything obvious you guys see? Whether or not I have the nuts preloaded correctly will be a tale for time. I need to check 90 everywhere. I really just need one of these out now. Tiny bit of play there. Makes working on one printer while the other ones are running all but impossible. Yeah, I can see that being true. I know you did multiple octoprint. Okay. If pies were cheaper, it'd be nice, but it seems like a lot of stuff are starting to use either the same chip or just the, the single board computers in a lot more commercial setups. So we're still pretty good this way. Do you guys actually break out the ruler and check your diagonal? I mean, like, if you can't really feel any... Oh, I missed a whole joint right here while we were upside down. Are they still producing Raspberry Pi 3s? Or is it like end of line product and they're selling out the stock they have and people are selling them used? I heard there was a little bit of a knockoff market, which had me worried. So I think there were definitely knockoff Orange Pis. Two more years, okay. You've got all the deets down under Maker. I hear a tiny, it's like half a millimeter. I think it might be from this corner. I teach this stuff and reps want you to sell. Yeah. My high school statistics teacher got invited to Hawaii like 3 or 4 times by Texas Instruments or one of their marketing companies or sales reps or something like that to try to push her to use like the TI. I don't know what it was at the time. Like we were using the TI 89, but there was like this more tablet style one that they were pushing, and they kept like sending her to Hawaii in order to kind of, you know, teach curriculum around using their new product. Yeah, Raka, I think you were right. Once you do the top, I can feel this is a little. We're gonna go around one more time, just give everything a quick tight and loosen. Not let anything get too out of whack. And then I think it's in a pretty good spot. No way I'm writing a curriculum for 1 year content. That's too much work. You got to be able to use it multiple years. Gotcha. That's helped a tiny bit. Oop, I'm gonna knock stuff off the table. Find it where it works. Took you a good 2 hours, and I nailed it down to less than 1 millimeter. Call it a day. Yeah. Do you guys actually measure all the diagonals to make sure they're within something? Is that what you mean by within 1 millimeter, or do you mean 1 millimeter of rock? Because I think I'm under 1 millimeter of rock. One millimeter of rock, yeah. Nope, leave you inside, switch you. So this is the minimum I wanted to get done today. Everything after this will be bonus. And I've already got all the heat sets, I think. Famous last words done for the AB drive. So hoping that will expedite things. think we're pretty good. Going slow equals more content for streams. True. I need to find some, what does Taylor Canuck say? Engagement bait, where you kind of do stuff incorrectly or say something slightly wild just to get people to comment. This face is the last thing we're gonna do. Doesn't even feel that bad, really. All right, we're calling it. Title spelling achieves that. True. Yeah, it's 4D content strategy. I could really, get wild and call it a rat rig or something really weird. I'm happy with it. And my tape measure's in. Oh no, tape measure's right there. We'll do it. Does this tape measure even have metric? It doesn't. It's frustratingly hard to find metric tape measures in the US sometimes. $25 1/8. I think we're pretty good. The Heathen measuring stick, yeah, it's in Freedom Units. (1/32) of an equal claw. I guess we can abandon E-frame and start to get out our AB parts. I've already sanded them down, similar to how Steve does, to make sure the mating surfaces will be pretty close. I kind of dry fitted these together a little bit. These will be later on. When did we put the rails on? I thought we did that before. I guess we do that much later. After this? Yeah. Heat sets. Done question mark? Did I lie? Or do I have 2 sets of these? The one with the notch cut out. That definitely doesn't have a heat set, but I swear I did these. I think I lied, guys. I think I'm gonna have to do like 2 heat sets. Luckily the TS101 will heat up pretty quickly. We've got M4 in here right now, I think. All right, your kids are waking up. We gotta make Mrs. Maker coffee. Thanks for hopping in. Appreciate the banter. Enjoy the rest of your morning and day in the future. This is, in fact, M4. The dirty one is the M3. No, I need M3. The one with a notch in it up top. And I tried to be so prepared. Did they say anything about how flush this needs to be? So I do have heat sets in this guy. I just forgot it on that one for whatever reason. Does the opposite one need the same thing? Doesn't look like it. Asymmetry throws me off. Bearing stacks and bearing stacks. Okay, the Nachi boys are what we're working on. Get the other two out of the way. But we're doing the idler bearing stack first. It looks like that guy, chunky part, and this guy. Key together. What size is the screw? M5 by 40. Should be this guy. Goes in through the chonky. Then we've got spacer, bearing spacer, bearing the correct way. Spacer. And we close it. All right, how do I identify that this is the correct part? With not the nut on top, with the hole on top. The heatset insert is towards the top. Slide it on this way. The half, slip it out. This is a finicky. How are you meant to do this? Slide it over. I guess you just have to kind of clamp it down. Hold it in place. Get it passed back through. Did I do it? We need a M5 nut as well. M5 is what, 4 millimeters? Spacer, bearing, spacer. We're all closed up. M3 by 40. I also kind of went through the instructions and set out some of the stuff I knew I needed. So we've got our M3 washer and M3 by 40s already out here. Now we'll need a 2mm. I think that's one idler done. Do the same with the opposite chonky boy. No, it's the opposite on this guy. Skinny boy. Spacer. Bearing. Bearing. Should make a song for Voron bearing stacks. Spacer, bearing, bearing, spacer. Sandwich. Close it up. Need to get this guy. Started. Hold it like this. Pull it down. It was away this time. That fell out. Can I do this without dropping them? We did it! So I was supposed to put that in beforehand. I didn't see how... It doesn't need to be super tight, I imagine. I want it to be able to slide. I will look forward to the R2 parts because he noted that he's got like a better idler assembly with the PTFE tubes as a linear rail, which is kind of cool. If you want to describe it as a linear rail, but I think you guys know what I mean. As a guide, low friction guide. Two of those are done. Let me actually read the notes. Check your work. Compare your assembled parts. This is the low boy. Bearing on the bottom. Screw head on the top. This is the high side. I think that looks right. Try to keep them in this orientation, assuming that's how they'll go later. M5 by 30. Do I have those out? I do. Look at that preparation. And we need the notch. This hole. So I don't think I have enough of them out though. This is the A. Flip it. This one just has washer, bearing, washer. This one has washer, bearing, washer. Kind of fight the urge to not say Roger after that. Battle droid voice. Bearing, washer. Close our bearing sandwich. This side has a spacer built into the part. Is this the part that screws straight into plastic? Don't over tighten. M5 screws are threading directly into plastic. Yes, it is. So these are just axles and not actually holding the assembly together. So they don't need to be too tight. Too tight. A and B motors. And pulleys. And thread locker. We need the tall pulleys. Look at all of the yummy grub screws. They give you an extra. How nice of them. Blue chapstick. Sauce for our rub snacks. Apply liberally. Anybody remember Homestar Runner? Today we're gonna make a wet computer out of Stormbad's computer. First you need Stormbad's computer, then some Mountain Dew. Apply liberally. So where is our tool, Brian? I would guess in the box with the electronics that I printed first. Yes. When we get to the electronics, all the prints will be very ugly because I printed them very fast because I don't care how they look. disclaimer. This is the A motor. That looks like A. It is face up. I'm really not going to be super particular about this, because I'm going to run the belts through and realign stuff later. I think Steve said he redesigned this tool, which I'll be interested to see in the R2 as well, because this is a bit finicky. I'm trying to figure out how I can hold it. Yeah, we're just going to get it pretty close, and then I will use a small run of belt once it's in there to actually align it with the bearings. Get it close, hold it with my finger. Are there flats in this shaft? There is. Where is it at? Face it towards me. Not going to tighten them down super hard. Find the orientation. This M3 by 30s. Do I have those out too? How on the ball am I? Super on the ball. Slanted part to the left. JST to the left. That right? Slots right there. I'm not going to be used to this belt pathing. Are you guys team put every tool back after you use it every single time? Or are you team find it / lose it and then find it when you need it? That's not aligned right. Not threading. So probably best to not tighten things down, get all of them started before doing that. Constantly cursing myself for not being organized. I fight to stay organized for a certain amount of time, and then entropy just ends up causing me to not really care after a while. So when I was building my first V0, Timit was in the stream, and Steve. That was nice. And they mentioned that if you just kind of use the belt, you can get everything perfectly aligned. I need to have it face the teeth. Not sure I'd call it a trick, but I'm not even sure this is going to be the right belt path. but I'm really just trying to get stuff to align. But yeah, he just mentions instead of tussling with that tool for 20 minutes trying to get it perfect, the real test is just kind of getting the belts actually in here and then checking it. And if it doesn't align well, you can kind of just loosen the grub screws and redo it. So I can rotate it so that the grub screw is facing me. Loosen it just a tidge. The other grub screw. Loosen. It'll slide up and down, and if you just kind of run the belts through a few times, it should kind of self-align. So the tool and the measurement they give are kind of a best guess, but the actual geometry of your printed parts might make it such that that's not the perfect alignment. And now I will really torque these down. Thanks again, Timit. The guy behind some awesome V0 and other printer mods. But I think this is done now. My mic's still working? Yes. Gotta check the battery on it every once in a while. All right, repeat. This didn't need a heat set. We need slanted to the right. Wrong hole. Sure. Flip it. Bearing stack. What's real fun is when you are kind of doing a partner kind of thing, or just doing something, working on cars with a friend, and one of you is a put the tool back every single time, and the other is leave it in the wheel well or somewhere very frustrating, because you just end up frustrating the living crap out of each other. Oh, they were sticky. I didn't sing this song. Spacer, bearing, bearing, spacer, spacer, bearing, bearing, spacer, and spacer, bearing, bearing, spacer. Now, a bit more. Is that it for bearings in this build? This is Flippy Upside Downy. B tool, get it close. Nugget. Nugget. JST facing inside. That'd be the wrong size. I'm wondering if we will get to Z motion today. I don't think we'll get it belted. Going back to that Stephen Pooch stream, they did get, I think, not the skirts, but the feet and the Z done in the first stream. I need to align it. What? Again, probably not the right belt pathing, but it looks like it's actually going to be easier to belt than the V0. Loosen. Loosen. Maybe into place. And tighten down. With the time I had at the time, took me a couple months to complete your build. First Voron, total noob. That explains my bent extrusion. I think it's a good printer to be your first. Like I built 3 V0s before finally decided to build something else, and I think I got some good kind of lessons from the V0, but this just feels more straightforward and fluid to me. Makes a little bit more sense in my head. It's easier to see and kind of understand everything. Breaking the frame back out. Breaking the frame back out. Doo, doo, doo. Tools will go away for a second until they come back out. I always use the jig to align that gear in place. Like I used it just to kind of get it close, and then I liked what Tim had said, like the thing that matters in the end is the actual belt path. So the jig is a guide to get you close. You went all in with the 2.4. I eventually want to build a 2.4. I kind of want to build a 2.4 before I build a micron. Like I want to finish this and then maybe build a Salic fork. And then I want to build a 2.4 and then maybe build a micron, just to kind of like compare and contrast and see, you know, what the difference is between the big boy version and the printer for ant version. Printer for ants. We already have all of these hopefully loaded correctly. Yeah, this one needs an M3 nut. That's the right side. I think I did that right, correctly. It's on the right, right? And these all need M5s. I think we have all that. Back. Front left. We need the bottom boy. Does this snap in or do I need to loosen it? M5 by 10s. Tightly loosen the M5 screw to slide it. I'm afraid to loosen that M5 screw. This to give a better view of what I'm doing. This camera's so heavy, I gotta like aim it up so that it settles into a decent spot. Just where I want you, please. So retighten this. And I've got a lot of M5 by 10 button head screws out in preparation, but I need a ball joint, ball end for this, I think. That's too big. Get them all started. I can't actually see under there. I need light. Aziz, light. Thank you, Aziz. I think it says somewhere to push into place all the way down at the end. The new R2 is very interesting, the way Steve has it set up. It'll be interesting once he gets back from Japan when he talks about like now he's gonna have like 90-degree brackets either here or here that screw the idlers into the vertical frame as well. And I wonder if that came about via his exploration into getting the index set up for this. Like how much of making things work with the index played a role in how the idlers now work. I've got a little bit of stress markings left over. I need to take some flame to. Maybe do the same thing on the other side. On the bottom, on the left. It's actually pretty close. Get in your home. Oh, that. I'm not just completely unthreaded it. I don't know why this one is being more difficult. There we go. I think that how far up or down this actually ended up playing a bit of a role. Somewhat unexpectedly to me. Alroga, did you say you're building a Micron, or was that somebody else? No, you're taking apart your 2.4. That aligns. Screw down. First screw dropped. And I found it. You've got the twisted extrusion. So to fix that twisted extrusion, are you having to buy a whole new frame kit, or just source replacements or cut those extrusions yourself? Rebuilding 2.4, correct. But I can imagine it's like there's a cost of getting a whole frame kit. Why won't you go into this nut? Second screw down. I guess we could turn the frame. Take a peek. That is aligned. Source them with Misumi website. Okay. They will cut them to size, but are you gonna have to do blind joints? Like drill the joints and thread them yourself? Oh, this is the M3. Oh, that's why that one won't go in. Right? Well, it doesn't say to use an M3 there. Oh, is it back here where the M3 needs to be? Yes. Okay, I messed that up. This is an M3 that we need to tip out. And that will eventually need to be back there. And a 5, okay. That wasn't going crazy. 'Cause, 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 'cause That needs to face the other way. Whole frame would be about 220 at least in the config you have. Oh, it's a 350. If you use the sourcing guide, they'll provide the exact SKU for Misumi. Oh, cool. I used to work at a motor components group that made motors for all sorts of stuff, toroid motors and slip ring motors. And we would order a lot of stuff from Misumi. And their catalog was ridiculous. And then you can get them to do a lot of specialty stuff too. What's next? The back side. Or in the back right. Is this the back right or the back left? Yeah, the back right will need the M3. I'm scrolling away from the frame. Come out. There we go. Probably out. They're the best. They're really good. I like them. We ordered some stuff from like, is it 80/20? And they were often kind of not the easiest to order from. Do I need to loosen these to get them to slide on? Loosen the screws and slide into place. Which screws do I need to loosen for this? Hopefully this is the right orientation. Both of these. Why is one always going super easy and the other one's like, nah? Only thing I got some issue with Misuni was related to changing my address. For some reason, they can only change your profile address to an email request. Yeah, catalog ordering systems are weird and peculiar like that. I'm just grabbing the wrong one every single time. 5. This one I had to tighten or loosen these as well. More M5x10s. Like, I think companies like Masumi just kind of assume everything is business to business. I forget who it was, maybe DigiKey or somebody, but I tried telling them that even though my address is a residential one where I had them mailing stuff to, that they didn't have to deliver after business hours. But like, there are a couple companies I would order from and they would always try to deliver after business hours when I'm working from home and pretty much here all day. And then I try to go out to eat and they show up at like 6:30 when I'm going out for food. And it requires a signature or it's just huge and I need to get them to bring it in the garage. It's like frustration. But I mean, probably 99.8% of their clientele is commercial and business and industrial, so makers like us are the exception to the rule. I tighten this too much to get these. Directly into place. Don't tighten down too much here. I didn't, well, these ones I did. Slide. And then I need to retighten down a lot of stuff. Well, we got to do that back extrusion, E-extrusion later, so maybe don't want to tighten everything down because I think we need to create a gap again later to get that last extrusion in, that weird offset. One M3 by, I assume 10. We're not putting a Hall effect sensor on there, so we've got that note. It says use a 12. Three by 12 button head or socket. Yeah, they're not wrong, but I think they need to invest a bit in updating the ordering system. They probably won't be doing that anytime soon. Yeah, for them it's just totally like, is this a friction point for 98% of our users that's going to cost us any money? If not, not worth the time to like overhaul the system. So far, this annotated guide, we've only used it this once, but it's working out fairly well. I just feel like at the very least I can just build with confidence. For instance, for the LDO V0, you have to have the Voron manual open, the LDO build notes on their documentation page, and then swap to the picobellical notes and swap to the Kirigami guide, and just ended up a little lost sometimes, just remembering what was on what tab. But like an annotated manual like this is really, really nice. I wonder if it's possible to have like AI possibly automatically do that. Like that's what I want AI to do. Tedious stuff that I don't want to do manually. Just get it done automated. Hey Steve Builds, good morning. Are you still in the land of the rising sun? This is not actually screwing down correctly. It might be cross-threaded. First day of Jerf. Is that the official? We're gonna try a different screw and hope it's not the nut that is having the issue. Yeah. It was the screw. No, it's the nut. Japan Rep Rap Festival. Jerf sounds weird to me. Smurf, Earth, Murph. Jerf, it sounds like I'm trying to sound like the Swedish cook. I think we've got a bad peanut. I'm going to put him over there. I would really like to see Maker Faire New York come back. You'll be at Open Sauce this year. Nice. I would like to go to Open Sauce. I'd like to go to Bay Area Maker Faire. But I'm on the East Coast. Can make things a little bit more expensive feeling, but it's probably the same for you guys if you're on the West Coast coming over here. Steve, should I tighten these down now, or am I just gonna have to untighten them in order to get this back extrusion in? They keep scheduling Bay Area Maker Faire for the same weekend as 3D Printopia. You'll be at 3D Printopia. I will as well. I've just heard that I went to New York Maker Faire quite a few times, and I've just heard that the Bay Area is kind of like the mecca or like the home, and everybody who's gone to other Maker Fairs should try to experience it at least once. So I'd like to go. You'll end up loosening them to get the center extrusion installed. Thank you. I kind of figured. So I have been, Steve, using these annotated build notes that the guy did on GitHub. And so far, this is the first time we've had anything, but it's kind of nice, you know, having something called out that I can just skip this and not worry about putting that printed piece on. All right. It's only about an hour away from you, so it sucks to have to choose. Last year, you got a picture with Joseph Prusa and Made with Layers. I got a picture with both of them at, well, several pictures, but Murph 2018. I want to say this is not the extrusion. It's the one that has the tape on it. Steve, I'm trying to follow in your footsteps. I've preloaded as many nuts as I cared to. This is not the right extrusion either. It's this guy, a shorty. So we need 2 facing the bottom, 2 outside, 6 total on the bottom, and then 2 facing up. I need to loosen all these. But Tom, I think that might have been one of his first US trips back in 2018. It was the year that Joel built the giant remote control F1 car, because they had that F1 car race. I think that was 2018. Sanjay was there. It was really nice to talk to him. That might have also been the year that they debuted the E3D tool changer. Sanjay was always really, really cool. Like, knowing that he had to explain the same stuff to dozens and dozens of people over and over and over again with differing levels of knowledge. You know, some people are just passionate enthusiasts and don't have any engineering or scientific background, and others are really, really knowledgeable. And he was really good at kind of meeting you where you were in terms of that knowledge base, and still being like super passionate about it and trying to understand what you were into and doing with the products. I feel like a baby. I started with 3D printing back in 2023. I got my first 3D printer in 2015. It was a Maker Select Plus, which was a rebranded Wanhao that got rebranded by every which company. Aldi made one. I think Angus made a video about it. It's like when grocery and department stores are getting 3D printing brands, it feels kind of weird. Or 3D printers. Slide into crossbar. Yeah, I think one of my very early YouTube videos is a review of the Maker Select Plus. And Joel commented on it. That was cool. He was doing a lot of videos with Micro Swiss about their upgrades for that printer. They had the all metal hot ends. Steve 3D Builder. Steve Builds and Steve 3D Builder. I'm going to add it to your watch list later. Oh man, it's probably, I wonder how well it aged. I'm happy with it. there's probably some stuff that's not super factually accurate, but I think I gave a pretty good explanation of my experience with the printer. And I need to find those cross beam pieces. Am I jumping the gun with all of these? Is there anything that mounts underneath? Hey, Spectra, you're still here. Spectra is working on the multi-clipper instances. Spectra, does it make it does it worry you with down under Maker mentioned where if you have to do extensive, restarts or something like that of one printer on an instance, then you end up having to possibly risk any of them that are running? Am I saying that right? I can put our clamp away. Steve, I use the clamp sometimes. I still found myself like holding everything super tight, even though it probably wasn't necessary. Oh goodness, did I forget to print the exact same pieces that Steve forgot to when he built with Pooch? Those 90-degree brackets. Not in there. Not in there. These stuff. My computer just freaked out. What happened? I lost all my monitors. Is the stream still up? Zero drop frame. Oh. Ah, I found it. Did the stream go down for you guys? My monitors just turned on and off 3 times. It says zero drop frames. Maybe my graphics driver took a little bit of a le poop. So I think it's like this. Like so. Where's the center? There it is. Yeah, I'm not going to do the multi-instance on your Pi 4 for printers. I feel like there's got to be a way to... I've played around at work with containers and virtual machines, and that's how I was going to try to think about setting things up to maybe run a server. I'm a little hesitant to run it on just vanilla Windows because of the uptime. These are just M5 by 10s, more M5 by 10s. That's not the right. Kiowa, help with that. Kio. I don't know how to say it. Clipper install and update helper. I think I can tighten up everything after this. My head blocking everything. Yes. I tried doing a multi-instance with ChatGPT, but it messed everything up, so I uninstalled everything. Kia and installed 2 instances, but we'll do only one in reflash. Gotcha. How are you liking those Creality printers you're using? Are they kind of relatively stock besides being flashed with Clipper? I can see some progress getting made in multi-instance stuff if it would benefit maybe print farm runners to have one centralized computer with just a USB going to a bunch of different machines. I need to make sure that this is still going to be square. Part isn't installed right. See if I can find it. Are my AB motors facing the wrong way? No. The outside. Let me turn it right side up. Relatively stock except for the Pruender. Okay, that's a cool mod. I like the color. I missed what you said. Is that ASA? The blue is Galaxy ASA. The yellow is just plain ABS. I need to square this up. This is not squared. The centerpiece. Was it that or something else, Steve? I give up. Tighten down any of these. Yeah, this one. The corner brackets for the extrusion just installed, one is not in the correct Yep. The longer side goes down. Of course you are correct. I felt the sweep of it, which is, I guess, technically in the right orientation in this wrong orientation. But thank you for that. So this way, I presume? Steve 3D Builder, take a look at the two parts you just installed. So they need to offset to align this way, but they just need to be vertical. I think, I hope. Prusa Ender has dual Z in the front, like the Prusa style extruder, linear rods for front and A. I want to put Y on the linear rail. So is it kind of like a bear made out of an ender? Forward case mount. I have to break out the ruler in a second to make sure this is it E or H extrusion? Extrusion. It's excruciatingly extruded. Thanks again, Steve. Man, it's really helpful to have the original designer of the printer in your stream when you mess up. I think that looks more correct. Spectra, I was asking if the Pru Ender, is it kind of like, do you recall the Bear, which was a Prusa basically built out of full extrusion? Is the Pru Ender kind of like that, but made out of an ender? Got the ruler out. We are at 175. 175. I think about 5 millimeters. About 4. Four and a half. My mic working? Okay, good. I love the wireless mics, but I'm always nervous that I'm just going to talk for an hour without realizing that they've died. Can't get this out. In a way, yes, it uses the Ender 3 frame. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. I do happen to have about 3 old Ender 3s. There was a guy I knew who had a farm of them, and he had about 10 of them unopened in boxes that he just needed and wanted for spare parts. And once he eventually decided to upgrade his farm to, I think, a bunch of bamboos and sovals, he didn't have a need for the spare parts anymore. Did you confirm the center extrusion is lined up with the rear extrusion on the printer? Back here, Steve. I'm not sure this is the best camera anymore. The rear extrusion is lined up. Center extrusion is lined up with the rear extrusion on the printer. So this extrusion is lined up in this plane. Is that what you mean, Steve? When I attached it, I had it laying flat this way. Correct. I think so. Is it just that we shouldn't have any rock? I feel rock, but I think it's because of the printed part. This is inset, this cross beam. Good, then also make sure it's 90 degrees to the bottom. Yeah. Seems pretty good there. And there, and it's 175 here. I guess I can check. It should be 175 at the top as well. This ruler kind of annoys me. That first millimeter has like a little bit of extra kerf to it. I don't know if kerf's the right term. But the leading edge of this ruler has more material. I think it's all 90 here. It's flush to the back. There's a protrusion right here where it's flush, but this one isn't. Is that a common issue that has had to be corrected when people go too fast like me? Sorry, I was taking a drink of water. I think we're all square, Steve, and centered. This is centered now. Been trying to go back and forth across. Some of these T-nuts get kind of torqued in a funky way. Yeah, Steve, you missed the 17 backtracks I had to do while building the frame. I had one of the B extrusions upside down. I started putting one of these across the front. I love having people to talk to while I'm building, but sometimes I think that and just going fast in general leads me astray. Sorry, I don't have them on my computer anymore. Oh, the files. I'll look up the printer. I know there's the, is it the Prusa wire? There's so many Ender and Prusa based projects these days. It's cool, but hard to keep up with. Chris from Chris's Living Room and Octo App just made a mostly 3D printed Ender CNC. I think we're at 90. I guess we can't really check up here, but yeah, we checked here. Here, we're not rocking anywhere. 175. I think I'm ready to do the backers and the backers will be on top, right? Oops. Did I make a oops, Steve? Speaking of Chris, I miss Chris Riley from Chris's Basement. I haven't seen too much from him either, but I recommend his channel to a lot of my friends who have enders that they're trying to clipperize. I need to put the desktop back up. Why aren't you up? Oops was replying to your earlier recount of frame mistakes. Oh, gotcha. I wonder what my stream delay is. I think it's like 8 seconds. Yeah, my desktop capture is dead. I think because my monitors blinked on and off. I have to figure out how to fix that quickly. Desktop scene. Desktop source. Back to here. Okay, there we go. All right, so we've got the printer in the orientation as presented. No, we need to turn it upside down. If you're building a 300 machine, you need to start your screws from the second screw hole I'm building a 250, so I don't think I have to worry too much. Handle with care. We need 2 MG9 rails. MGN 9? MGN? All right, Steve, I know you were being nice to Pooch when you asked him which orientation he had stuff. I prefer turning my head to the left and being able to read the text, but I guess it depends on the orientation you have the printer in. Because right now it's upside down. And we need mini M3x8 socket. That's the spec. And our small MGN rail. Alignment tool. Consistency is all that matters, left or right, as long as it's consistent. I thought you were just saying that because Pooch was choosing the opposite thing that you do every single time. I did not line these up very well at all. Mandatory to mess with Pooch at every opportunity. True. Oh, I need to, sorry, switch off the desktop and go back. Bad about that. Okay, we have our rail alignment tools. We can just get all of our screws started and then we'll lock things into place. Yeah, and somehow Pooch will turn everything into a movie quote. From Ace Ventura or Airplane or... How do we evaluate this kit so far? So far, it's been a pretty standard Trident. The only noteworthy thing was that we're not using a Hall effect sensor, so we didn't need to install one printed part. Frame feels pretty good. I was able to get it what feels like a pretty good amount of square for me. Others might, you know, differ in how particular they are about what square is. And you know, the printed parts are on me. These are M3x8, right? This is the wrong size. There's your problem. But so far so good with the kit. These rails will be a little bit of a telling feature. We're just barely hand tightening everything so far. I mean, the big differentiating factors I think in this kit are the inclusion of CANBus with the SBB boards, the Manta board. I think the recommended board is an Octopus. So I don't think being perfectly centered is a big deal. For you, CANBus is a must, yeah. I originally really saw the benefit of CANBus for these larger printers because you were having to go through 3 sets of cable chains, and it seems like people were constantly having breaks in any number of cables. So CANBus seemed like really attractive for bigger printer builds. So I'm going to push everything to the inside. And then tighten from inside to outside. But I recently just converted all my V0s to use CANBus as well, which I originally had the feeling of that seems silly. It's such a small printer. The cable run is so short. Why would you need CANBus? But just the benefit of being able to choose different extruders and tool head setups. You can change stuff and add, you know, different probes if you feel like it. It seems like a lot of the inductive probes allow for using CANBus or USB. And yeah, now it just seems kind of like a, if you can, why not? On any printer. I'll leave for now, but I'll catch up in the next stream. Good luck with it. Thanks for hopping in. Hopefully your 2.4 rebuild works out well and the new Masumi extrusions are nice and true. Many more M5 or M3x8s. Get it into vision. Camera fiddliness. So this is the same. Tilt your head to the left. Why won't she fall? This is how much of a pack rat I am. Every single rail stopper I've ever gotten. And all the V0s are in here. Is that useful? No. But it's what I've chosen to do. Steve, if you're still there, what's some of the coolest stuff you've seen in Japan so far? I don't know if you've gotten any chance to sightsee or just on the train. Was it a maglev train? Because those are pretty awesome. Bullet trains. Magnets make everything cooler. Started some of these. Oh, we've been here over a week now. Seeing popular areas, Akihabara, Shibuya. Is Shibuya the crazy intersection? Imperial Gardens are cool. I've seen some people visit there. So much history in Japan. History everywhere, I guess, but quite a bit of shopping. How many carry-ons did you take with you to bring everything back? And are you gonna have to buy any more? I went to a convention one time and they had a really huge area and there was a company there and their whole thing was you could just drop off stuff, select a box big enough for all the stuff you bought, and they would just ship it home to you. And they specifically tried to price stuff, you know, a lot of stuff is about a kilogram in size, such that it was cheaper than having to trying to stuff into a carry-on. It was very interesting. We did buy one extra bag, but not really taking a huge amount back. Gotcha. So these aren't going to be able to fall off anymore. So there's no need for stoppers. Let me just double check tightness on everything. So Steve, I have these titanium backers. I'm pretty sure that eventually I'm gonna have to tighten them down with a heated chamber, right? Should I put them on now or wait until later? It might be hard to get them on once the enclosure, the panels are on. That guy wasn't tight. All the build notes are about 300. I don't think so. I would tighten them now. Okay. think Voron logo to the back. I feel like I recall somebody, maybe it was for a very large printer, who added backers and they either retightened them or did it with a completely heat-soaked chamber. The impact is minuscule, yeah. I had a bunch of store credit at KB3D. If you tighten them heating, then you're tightening them with the rails expanded. The intent is for them to counter that expansion. I getcha. I had some store credit at KB3D and I was ordering that Voron Revo and some other stuff and was looking for something to use it on. What's better than unnecessary bling? Printer build. And even consider this bling. I need relatively short M3 screws. And the extra hardware kit I have is black oxide. I think all of the M3 flatheads I have are black oxide, so maybe that doesn't matter. And I didn't think that through. Looking for an F. Flat. Flathead, cap screws. $12mm might be too long. I might have to go into my personal stash anyway. Being very, very long. Might bring up the KB3D listing and see what they have listed. Yeah. I think like 6. Flat in 3. Steve, are you doing any panels at Japan Rep Rap Festival? And that quick, I've misplaced a driver. Why are you so hard to get started? Unnecessary things you add to a build slow you down. Oh, it's just a spring nut flipping back and forth. Not sure there are any. Not sure what the format of venue is going to be. One very large build. Okay, so it's like a lot of tables for makers and vendors. I feel like I should know this. You've talked about it on streams I've watched, but is there a Voron booth? You didn't take any printers, did you? This is my hardware storage system. Just these HDX organizers. I kind of got the idea from Adam Savage. He's got the really nice Sortimo things that slide out on rails. He's actually got his own brand of them, but they are expensive. I might have to get some stainless screws to replace these. No booth, and he didn't bring any printers. That's a nice change of pace, I guess. Compared to like Rocky Mountain, where you were having to take a van full of printers. But I guess it makes sense being halfway around the world. Or most of the way around the world. Well, I guess not. I'm thinking about it from the East Coast, but you started from the West Coast, so you're much closer to Japan already. I don't hate the contrast between the black oxide and the titanium, but I don't love it either. I'm trying to get about as far as you and Pooch did in your first stream build stream. Okay, time to start today. Have fun with the build. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for the error correction. I think I remember to start the video as public this time, but apparently I misspelled FORMBOT, so you know it's got to be something. Enjoy your time in Japan. I'll be following the thread on Discord. See you, Steve. Here we go, taking 20 minutes for something basically unnecessary. But thanks to the KB3D folks, I really appreciate their rewards program. And then also they offered me an affiliate. So if you do choose to pick up something like these backers, or I've got disco sticks I'll be using, feel free to use my links in the description. These are so funky. The spring T-nuts start flopping around while you're trying to screw into them if you're not perfectly straight. Or cross-setting. Or am I just... No, it's turned. It completely flopped around. There we go. First time using backers, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what Steve mentioned of, I know the expansion rate of the aluminum frame is different than that of the steel rails, and the backers are meant to counteract that. So we want to tighten them while, why are you so funky? Sit flat. Thank you. Kind of almost better to start them with your fingers. I don't have a hard cutoff for today, so it might be just if we run into something funky. It might be we get to a really good stopping point. It might be if my stomach just starts grumbling really crazily. I haven't eaten since about 1:30. How did you not go in? You are not threading. Why so? Oh, you are M5. Too small. Now, we don't want it to stick out to where it'll impact the panels. The two sides somewhat tighten down and then go from the center. Scooch towards the inside a little bit. I hate having to tighten stuff down with ball ends. Put a silver in the build. Add some Brotherhood of Steel aesthetic in here. That would be a cool theme for a build. Maybe with like LDO space gray extrusions. LDO have a lot of kits and stuff coming out. Backing a lot of cool community and open source hardware projects, which I appreciate. Just too many for me to do. It's the only thing I don't like. Too many of the monies for me to spend. We've tightened everything down thoroughly, pretty much everywhere. Don't need these idlers right now. Hardware out of the way. We're gonna get as far as we can into the Z. For 3.5 hours. If you can get through this in about 45-ish minutes, I will be very happy. We need the parts. These are the non-inverted electronics parts here. And I want the inverted electronics. First step. Is that this guy? So I think I have a version with a chain without. The plan is to not use the Z chain, to be honest. I'm planning on doing somewhat of a umbilical. A Z umbilical, if that makes sense. But I have both versions. The idea is that the electronics will come out. I'll have a zip tie part right here. I think Ella, with her Nightshade build is where I saw this part. So we're gonna do this, and that would have avoided having to do 3 heat inserts. We got those two and those two. We need to put this back middle part on. So far, preloading the nuts has been working out fairly well in 5x10. I just did it when I was watching either Taylor or Steve or Daniel Modbot stream. Kind of just chillaxing. Oh, the hole's aligned. Why didn't you start? So the difference between the inverted electronics parts for these are that these don't restrict the panel from either being taken out or if you do like the pop-up hinge thing, but the other ones have a flange that go over the top that prevent that. Mini M5 by 10s. That's it. M3 by 8s of this build. Sometimes these don't want to get started right. Like that's still bouncing around even though it feels snug, and I think it's because it's like tilted. M5 by 10. Maybe the T-nut's bad and I'm cross-threading. That'll be 2 bad T-nuts. And the frustrating part is I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get it out without everything apart. It is an M5. Yeah, and it's just stopping before it's sufficiently threaded. This will be better. Yep. So a couple of cross-threaded T-nuts so far are the biggest issues, non-self-induced issues I've had. Steep. Don't let the rails come off. What's the worry here? Oh, I guess just that you're free balling it. So head turns to the left. Oh, hello. Just wanted to say hi. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I missed that by a couple minutes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are you a 3D printing enthusiast or Voron builder? Are you more interested in the sim racing stuff I've done? I'm working on a series of videos on building a pretty cool DIY sim racing wheel. No, I need to skip. Currently working on the 3D printing aspect of it, and it's pretty extensive. So many things to consider. and 3x8s. I guess the rail can fly off the top. Why you don't start too low? Thanks for everybody who's stopped into chat, see what's going on. Lurkers or chatters are all welcome. I'll float down here. Maybe laying this down would be a better shout. I do like doing stuff the hard way sometimes. Shout. I built a Voron 0 before. Your videos helped me with the build. Awesome. How is the V0 printing? Did you buy the FORMBOT kit before? Are you thinking about buying a Trident at all? Building a Trident? Or are you not starting? FORMBOT kit. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was my first Voron kit. Really good learning experience. And a great printer. I've been modding the heck out of it. I set it up with CANBus, so I did have some trouble with the V0 umbilical Molex cables. I think it's more of an inherent issue with Molex cables connected to a fast-moving tool head than it is a problem with FORMBOT's parts in particular. Other people have noted they have a lot of the same issues with like sporadic disconnects. I tried adding strain relief to it, and it helps some. So far, the CANBus hasn't really disconnected during a print. Sometimes randomly, if I have it off for a very long time, it'll disconnect. Like the tool headboard will just not be sensed, but it doesn't turn off in the middle of print. So it's not because of like the motion. It's just something with like maybe my CAN wiring. I thought about doing an update video on that one. I was hoping to get a kit from Cybor, because I've done build streams on the FORMBOT, LDO, and FISEC, and so the Cybor will be kind of the last one to complete the quartet, I guess. But you don't push the speed much. It's like this kind of cool, sexy thing that you want to do. I like benchmarking stuff, running the speed tests, playing around with shake and tune and all that stuff. But yeah, kind of at the end of the day, when I want good looking prints, I tend to just slow things down and print basically at the default Voron speeds. I have a profile based on Chris Ellis's tuning guide that really pushes the speeds. It's like based on his PIF profile, but when I want parts to look pretty good, I tend to slow stuff down. There's a gap at the bottom, right? Or does it need to be flush? Leave a small gap between the printed part and the rail. Between 1 to 2 millimeters is fine. That should be about the width of a Voron ruler, right? The FORMBOT V0 had a little bit of an issue with the Kirigami bed. That's pretty well documented in my review and streams. Maybe I need to lay this down. Basically, my Kirigami bed was just like, not even a millimeter, like a half a millimeter too thick to fit with a lot of my parts. Caused some over constraining of things. And really bound up the bed. And I basically fixed it by just clearing the holes a little bit. There was also a little bit of interference with the thermal fuse. But it's interesting because not everybody seemed to have run into those issues. Some people said they built their kits fine. Any plan for Index? I don't know why IDEX came to mind. I guess that's a different type of printer. Tentatively, it seems like they're kind of having issues currently to get, you know, the original backers and Prusa people all their stock. But once kind of that first round of stuff goes out, then yeah, I'll be interested. Steve Builds, who designed I can't speak right now, who designed the Trident, has the R2 revision 2 coming out, and it's supposed to support Index better with the, just adds a little bit more clearance so you don't lose as much print volume. So once revision 2 comes out, that'll kind of maybe spur me on to look at Index a little bit more. In depth. I assume by that time revision 2 will be out as well. But yeah, to short answer, I am somewhat interested in Index for this printer. I think ideally maybe a 300, so I could get, I don't know, I think you can get 6 on a 250. 5 will be good for CMYK and white if I want to do color stuff, but honestly, I kind of like the idea for PVA support materials, interlocking stuff like TPU, kind of interlocked with regular ABS prints. That kind of excites me more than some of the other stuff. M3x8 with the rail stops. Where are my rail stops? How many rail stops are there? 3? Here's 1 and 2. I only see 2. How about yourself? Are you looking at Trident or any other maybe larger Vorons? I mean, they say that you can put a Index onto a V0. which is kind of cool that it's so versatile. Definitely seems to be the lowest profile tool changer around. Kind of like that yellow in between the blue. Wrong size. Hate hammerhead T-nuts. This one actually went pretty well. Our spacing on the bottom. I have a FORMBOT kit sitting here for almost a year now. I've actually had this one for a while too. Basically, this one's been sitting around for as long as Steve has been teasing R2. I was kind of hoping that like I could time it to coincide, but not that I'm trying to rush Steve or anything like that. Okay, we need the right side and then the left side. I don't have the space to build it yet. Yeah, I say I would want a 300, but I'd be pushed for space to build a 300 in this current setup. Actually, it's reversed. I need to take the back to the front. Then, hey, look at that. I preloaded the nuts in the right spot. I think. But looking at the front, they want the Voron symbol that way. Hopefully this build series will be helpful. I'm not sure if you've tuned in before, but they actually have pretty good documentation compared to the V0, which was like nothing. For the V0, I'm sorry, for the Trident, FORMBOT actually has pretty good documentation. Oh, my computer's slowing down. Is the stream doing all right? So they have like good build notes here. And then an interesting thing a guy did is he has a PR which has a version of the Trident assembly guide annotated with all the build notes built into it. So you have to get to it in a weird way. If you're on the main, what do you call it for them, repo, you go to pull requests. This guy has a PR for an enhanced documentation. And then if you go to his branch and build notes, all these annotated. So he's got the tap guide annotated, he's got the Trident guide annotated, and the CANBus annotated. So I've been using his annotated manual, and so far it's worked out fairly well. But definitely appreciate that somebody was willing to do that. I presume they just have experience modifying how do you say, PDFs and documents and stuff. Wrong size. Right size? Right size. Oh, what would you say? I'm very interested in index. Unfortunately, it's a 2 by 250 build plate. Yeah, same here. What size screws are these? Supposed to be M5 by 10s. V2. I'm doing inverted electronics. So that just requires a couple different parts. It's stock. They also have a really good list of STLs to print in this repo. Like, maybe since their V0 kit was relatively close to stock, they didn't feel like they needed to have much in terms of documentation. You know what I mean? Like, it, besides the Kirigami, which it has its own manual, and the V0 umbilical, it didn't have much difference. So if you think about the amount of effort it takes to write these build notes, maybe they were just like, hey, it's not worth it for something fairly close to stock. But for this, they've done a much better job. So credit where credit is due. Apart from the inverted electronics, what other mods are you planning? I've got titanium backers on here. Not really necessary. Don't add enough for what they, you know, the time they take to install. But it was just kind of something I saw on KB3D and had some store credit for, so I picked them up. I've got some disco match sticks. I think these are the match sticks. So some LEDs. I got the V6 clone in this kit. I didn't spring for the Check. Hello? I hope you didn't hear any audio grating. I kind of heard a buzz, but thank you for letting me know the audio was gone. Not sure what you heard, but we've got the matchsticks, the sleeving, we've got a Voron Revo, we've got, oh, I've got a rainbow barf stealth burner set up. The backers, and yeah, going for a Fallout yellow and blue color scheme. Sorry about that. Battery ran out on the receiver from my microphone. I was paying attention to the transmitter, but not the receiver. You were saying you've got a 250 build, and you weren't sure if you wanted to do index with that build. Is that right? I feel like one of the index builds they showed off at Rocky Mountain was only a 250. And they still got a fair few tool heads on there. And Steve was saying with R2 of the Trident build, you only lose about 10 millimeters of build volume with IDEX, because he's redesigned the idlers to give you like 6 more millimeters of over travel. Then he's redone the Z in the back and the front to give you a little bit more over travel. So you end up losing not too much. I should probably turn this down just so I can see. Turn down for what? I would like to, but the price and implications are still unknown. True. And it's, yeah, you're definitely increasing complexity of your printer and build. You choose to go with it. I guess that's true for any. What do you call it? Tool changer. Words are hard. And Brian is getting hungry. 2 more rails to get attached, and then maybe the rail carriages and lead screws. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time getting these rails aligned. There's no T-nut bars in this kit. I think the LDO does include T-nut bars. So you just stick them in. You have to preload them. You can't put them in afterwards, but makes alignment a lot easier and faster. I just got the alignment of all these T-nuts. Not great. Is this FORMBOT kit? Yes, it is. I think I spelled FORMBOT incorrectly in the title. Somebody was saying. It's their R1 Pro, or whatever their kind of current version is, 250 millimeter. So I think the same you have, is that right? I'm liking it so far. I've had a couple bad T-nuts that I just couldn't get to not cross thread, but other than that, everything has worked fairly well. I totally messed this up. I think I just rushed through aligning all these. Our ruler to give us about a millimeter offset. Everything to the inside. Start tightening. Are you not? Brian. What the heck? I'm all over the place, chat. Random question, what time is it there? It is 8:35. I'm on the US East Coast. How about yourself? Where are you located? And how do I say your handle? Dazu.io or Dazwow? I don't know why I'm having a hard time with that. It is just starting to get dark by me. Do a better job aligning these this time. Skip a hole. When I start getting to a point where every other thought is like, what do I have to eat? I know I'm gonna be making mistakes. I'm not mind one task. What did I mess up here? This needs to be here. Here. More or less. My name is Dario. Okay. 2:32 a.m. So where does that put you? England is what, 5 hours ahead, so you are past that. Dario, Italy? Perhaps, as a guess. Germany. What part of Germany? I don't know much about Germany geography. I know a lot of city names, but I've never been. I would like to. Met a lot of cool Germans. Or I guess Deutschland for you. Is that a frustrating thing when most of the outside world, or at least English-speaking world, kind of doesn't refer to you as the same name as what you do internally? If I recall right, the North Hamburg is the city. Okay. Definitely heard of Hamburg, but I think the name Germany just comes from what the Romans called all of Germania, which was just like everything north of Gaul. There's a term for it. I think there's a channel I watched that talks about like language. It's like endonym and exonym or something. It's extra confusing here in the US because we have a lot of German immigrants who we refer to as like the Pennsylvania Dutch, but they're not Dutch, they're Pennsylvania German. Maybe Americans had a hard time understanding Deutsch, so they just started saying Dutch or something. Stupid Americans don't understand geography. Sounds possible, don't really know. Gotcha. All of our MGN9 rails are done. I feel like we're gonna get through about a quarter of this build in this stream, but I think when we get to tap and stealth burner, things will slow down a fair bit. 1 millimeter gap, and we need the M3 by 8 and T-nuts and our rail stops. I like language a lot, or I don't speak very many languages, but I find it fascinating, the commonalities between languages. how much German and English have in common. Right? Yeah. I'm missing a rail stop. Still. It was in this box. I'm just showing my butt right now. There's a YouTube channel I watch called Rob Words. I think his name is like Rob Work or something, but he named his channel Rob Words, and he explains a lot about the derivation of languages and etymology and why we have so many common sounds and words between different languages. Found it. Oh, so many tiny screws. I didn't do a good job of organizing this stuff. Indeed, more than one would think, yeah. He has a lot of really good videos on. Apparently, there's a theoretical ancestor language called Proto-Indo-European, which kind of spread out from maybe the Indus River Valley and was the basis for a lot of the languages that spread across Europe. Like, why? Even Latin and, you know, a lot of European languages like padre, father, even, you know, like a Latin language versus a Germanic language, which you wouldn't think would have all that in common, and still have stuff in common. I nerd out about words. But yeah, in theory, there was a single language or family of languages that a lot of the European languages possibly derived from. Like going back to like Sanskrit type. Days. And we've already done all of this stuff on the left side because we just matched everything up. Just flying. Okay, now we need some of these parts. And there's accents for them too. How did I let like just random pieces go into random boxes? Oh, one accent piece. I already saw the other. It's going to be needed later for inverted electronics. Oh, mods. I'm going to do some magnetic panel clips. I saw Chris from Chris's living room workbench. He built a 2.4 a FORMBOT 2.4 kit, and it's pretty similar to this, although, you know, it's just a 2.4, so it's got some obvious differences. But he did these panel clips and seems to like them in terms of being able to get the panels on and off. So I figured I'd copy that. This M5 nut. M3x6. I don't know if I have those out yet. I have to reorganize tonight. M3x6 button head. Flathead. 3x8. Where's M3x6? Socket. Lost some screws. M3x6 flathead. M3x6 socket head. M3x10 button head. M3x6. You need 6. There are quite a few variants of hardware in this kit compared to a V0. And this just screws into plastic because it's an accent piece, I think. M3, we need a 2. That actually hold that M5 nut. Like the hole sizes are the same. I think after this set or chapter of the manual will be our stopping point for tonight. I'd be really happy if we get the lead screws in. But I don't think it's necessary to get the whole system. Uncle Cleet. Uncle Elon Radio. What are we doing here? We're building a Trident. FORMBOT Trident kit. And I lost my cursor. Or my mouse is dead. Welcome to the stream. Are you a 3D printing enthusiast? Technology enthusiast? I get a couple different types of folks who pop into streams and find the channel via different videos I've done. Sometimes people reshare. I would assume 3D printing enthusiasts. Theme of the build is Fallout. We went with blue and yellow. If anybody watching is in Steve's Discord, I have a build channel for this, and I have a vote up there about the name. And there's about 4 different Fallout themed names to choose from. So feel free to vote. I don't know, I've been subbed for never seen the stream. Okay, welcome. If you have any questions about 3D printing or building 3D printers, this is a Voron 3D printer. It's an open source 3D printer that is, you know, really well designed. Always trying to learn something. Gotcha. So there are kind of commercial 3D printers that you can buy from Micro Center or Amazon and, you know, their own websites. But this one was designed by a team of essentially 3D printing nerds who really wanted to kind of push the limits of 3D printing at the time. So it's open source. You can source all the stuff yourself or buy a kit. I bought a kit from a company called FORMBOT, and we're building it live on the street. And the goal is just to kind of document the process, chat with people while I'm building so I don't drive myself crazy. And yeah, just learn, like you were saying. So our Z lead screws already have these nuts on them, which doesn't seem to align with what they're saying. Just some foam. I'm gonna be happy I can throw a lot of packaging and random stuff away. So their Z lead screws do come with these shields on them, which is kind of nice. But the Voron kind of, I'm gonna probably get it a little wrong, but their motto is building space shuttles with lawn tools or yard tools. So the idea is that anybody can build one of these with stuff that you can get pretty readily available on Amazon and AliExpress. And since they don't have to worry about selling this as a commercial product, they don't have to worry about kind of a lot of the restraints of mass production. So they can kind of make things a little bit easier to design. These are some of the first high-speed Core XY printers. So this will go under here. Well, this can fall out through that hole, which is weird. And we need 2 M3 lock nuts. Uncle Elon, have you heard of 3D printing? Done any 3D printing? Have a great build. It's kind of late here already. Gonna head to bed. See you, Dario. Thanks for hopping in the stream. If you have any questions about the kit, especially since I think you said you have one and are about to build one, let me know. Feel free to comment on the videos or any other video. Reach out any way that you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, all that stuff. Talk to you later. M3 by 12. We saw those. Can we find them now? Three by 12 flat? No, socket. There they are. I've had some friends who do it. I've daydreamed about it a couple times. Gotcha. It's a fun hobby. It's kind of like a lot of the other stuff I'm into, PC building, cars. You can kind of just dip your toes and buy a ready-made printer and just that's as deep as you go, or you can really kind of delve deep and start getting ridiculous with it, if you know what I mean. Like, you can take it kind of as far as you want to. I, of course, in building my own printers, have taken it relatively far, but people who are even somewhat more extreme than myself. Which way am I supposed to do this? I think I have it backwards. Renovik is back. Price still use. I'm trying to get through the Z. If I can get through the Z, and where are we, about 4 hours? 4:30. I'll be pretty happy if I can get most of the Z motion done. I have this upside down, so I need to hold this. I think I'm looking at the wrong one as well, technically. Hold this like this. The screws will come from this way. Pass through here. We've got to tighten it down. Like, Renovik here is designing his own custom 3D printer. I assume a little bit inspired by Voron's and probably some other projects, but like, that's obviously more extreme or more involved than the project I've done so far. So it's like, nerdy as I ever think I am about a particular subject, there's always somebody more enthused than me. Hope you don't take that as an insult, Renovik. Looks like a lot of progress. Yeah, pretty good. A couple times having to backtrack. Where's the right size driver for this? Here. It's a bit of a finicky part. Nut driver doesn't really fit in there. Doesn't have to tighten it all the way. So that I can. My nut driver won't sit in there with everything flush. Get it about as tight as I can. But yeah, Renovik, the plan is to kind of finish out some of this last steps in the Z, and then it'll be dinner time for me. I think that looks about right. So I want top and bottom. I guess I could have technically stuck this through here and done everything with this lead screw nut still on the lead screw, but instructions didn't really how it's doing it that way. Tall side down. That through. Started. Instead, get this washer started. Ugh. It's actually going to be easier if I invert this palm nut so the tall side's up top, because then it won't block my ability to use the nut driver. I don't know if that's going to have any implications on the rest of the build, but I'm going to go for what's a little bit easier right now. Seems a lock nut ran away, or I didn't get enough out. Are those regular lead screw nuts, right? Not the anti-backlash ones with the spring? Correct. They're not anti-backlash. They're just, they feel like some type of a plastic material. So maybe I was thinking POM, P-O-M. I think LDO used that on their Voron Zero lead screws. But Elon, if you're still there, you print a lot of the parts for this particular build, so you can print them in like any custom color that you want, which is kind of cool and fun. You can really individualize your build. If they're regular, then it should be fine. Yeah. I was trying to keep them in the same orientation they come on the lead screws in, if that makes sense, but that particular orientation makes it funky, so just gonna undo it. Right. I'm just flipping stuff out all over the place. It's a tall side up. Get a screw through. Over on that side. When I first got into 3D printing, I remember seeing printers with lead screw setups like this, and there's only 2 screws in there, but there's 4 holes, and it used to irk me. Like, I was like, clearly that's not right. But obviously what we found is that you can over constrain things with the lead screw and cause binding in the Z. Particularly if you do all 4 of the screws, and if you even with just two screws, if you do it too tight. So that's I assume why they have us keep it relatively loose, and then maybe we'll tighten it down a little bit more once everything's set up and on. What's next? Peach for the other side, which I already did. I just need to put those M5 nuts back in. My browser is struggling. I think they're gonna have us do the back one. Kind of wish they had left these on the top, but maybe they were worried they'd fall out. Okay, we are going to use this part. So this is what FORMBOT says to use. It's for their 3-hole IGUS, maybe they're not IGUS, but Z wire cable chain. Can't speak. But we're going to use this guy, which will have zip ties for sheathing to do an umbilical setup instead. Otherwise, it seems like this is pretty much the same 3x12. 2 more. 2 more M3 lock nuts. Too small. Get in your home. What in the heck? My driver's all screwy. Can't tighten stuff with my driver when the driver's not tight. Oh. What steps are you working on with your printer, Renovic? I think you mentioned it last time we were talking. We need a 5 nut in all of these, but they're not going to stay. Do I need to glue them in? because they're just gonna fall out. Wait, what did you ask? What part of your printer design are you currently working on? Our front left. I have to move these lead screws. Hey. Yeah, it's every time I put that M5 nut in there, it just falls out. I think it's used for attaching the bed later. So front left. No, dude, I actually need it the other way. I think I had it the other way. Right way. Just some small tweaks to the gantry to make it easier for JLC to make. Oh, are you doing CNC parts with JLC PCB? JLC PCB. M3x12 again. Yeah, I feel like I missed a step with this M5 nut. It just keeps falling out. All of the motion components in the chamber are going to be metal. That's cool. Not fully tightening those down. This guy, if I got it correct, will go on this side. Are you worried about kind of creeping of printed parts in the heated chamber? Are you going to go really hot in your chamber for high temp stuff? I know like PETG parts in a heated chamber can kind of get some creep and stop working as well. How is this M5 nut supposed to stay in there? I think it's just supposed to friction fit, but it's not. So I just gotta remember to put that back in there. I'm probably gonna do 80 to 100 chamber. Wow, that is really warm. I've gotten my V0 up to 60, which is plenty for ABS in my experience. So are you going for like certain materials, higher end materials like PEEK and stuff like that? or just to absolutely minimize any possibility of warping. I guess 5 hours is a little long. Gonna swap mics. Oh, so Renovik, I was asking if you had kind of specific design intent or goal when you set out to build your printer, or if you just wanted to do something different and or cool. Was there like something that you wanted other printers to be able to do that maybe they just weren't? Or you just wanted to design your own printer? That's a pretty cool and challenging thing to do. And finally, the rear. JST pointing away from. My main goal was to build something fast because I've seen a lot of crazy results from people building printers to monolith gantry. Oh, okay, so you're basing it on the monolith gantry. I've heard a lot about the monolith gantry. I don't know much about it. I know there's a lot of mods for existing printers like Vorons. Heard Taylor from Canuck Creator talking about it and considering putting it on something. Oh, Ella from Steve Build's Discord might have done something with the monolith gantry on her Trident. I can't remember. Like 60K recommended cells with input shaper. Nice. If you have any questions about monolith, I can answer. Sweet. I'll have to look into it a little bit just to have an idea what it is and what it does, to have any worthwhile questions. Oh, we need the feet. The feet. Which are oddly enough on something already right now. This would be an interesting time to show something off. I haven't designed a printer, but I did start designing this. I guess you guys can't see it over there. This is a 3D printing open test bench. So it's not done yet, but I've got a spot for a controller board. And then there's going to be a Pi mounted, I think, over here, a screen mounted over here. And basically this is meant to be able to kind of hot swap hot ends using the Stealth Burner shroud. So if you want to test out a hot ends, test out a controller board, test out any type of components, the idea is I'll have a kind of baseline clipper setup on this that I can just kind of comment out configs and swap configs on the fly. And so one of these hot ends will be acting as a bed. One of these hot ends will be acting as a hot end, and then we can add up to 4 extruders, motors X, Y, Z. There's end stops on there that will get triggered. I'm thinking I'll just change the steps per millimeter such that like one rotation will end up being, like a whole lot. So yeah, just an idea I had, like what if I want to test a stepper motor, or what if I want to test a controller or display or hot end. But yeah, I'm designing it around, of course, the Voron form factor. So I used the feet from this build, but I need to take them off in order to put them on apparently. And that'll be our last thing. Not very far into the design of this, just been kind of mocking stuff up and getting it set up, but fun little thing that I need to now start deconstructing. Or I'll have to print another set of Voron skirt feet, or Trident feet specifically. The 2.4 is quite different. I actually got the idea for this from Chris's living room workbench. Get a very interesting clipper emulator that kind of was in this form factor. And I was like, that would be cool for a test bench. Or at least to me it is. Also had some inspiration from the, what is it, Mandic release CANBus PC build. You spend too much time on Discord. It's the worst place to spend your time. But yeah, the PSU is mounted underneath. We'll see if I end up fully seeing it to fruition. But now we can do our feet. Need the accent pieces for that. I think that's the last thing in this chapter of the manual. Slash, I semi hope it is, because I is hungry. Where are these accent pieces? With the skirts? Yes. What do you plan on using that bench for? Just when I get parts in. Sometimes I've gotten to the end of a build just to find out that one particular part of that build is not working, and that's frustrating. So whenever I do like a PC build, for instance, I tend to try to test as many components outside of the case as I can. It's just a habit. I have been sent certain components from companies that I'd like to play with and test out, and I can't always immediately get them onto an actual printer because I just don't have enough. And just kind of a test bed if I want to play around with ideas. I guess I want to I was considering making a clipper-based slider, and I didn't want to actually build out the whole slider yet, so I was thinking about using that test bench. Am I doing this right? No, it's M3, not self-tappers. 3x6, where in the world? But yeah, kind of like, you know, a PC test bench, you want to be able to benchmark stuff, test stuff without putting it fully into a build. Why can't I find any of the pieces that align with this? You show me too. You're so near done. With this part of the build, that is. But yeah, the test bench is kind of a solution to a problem that not very many people have. Maybe people who test a lot of hardware, content creators would be interested in it, but I guess not everything has to be like a project that is meant to be used by everybody else. It's really cool when you can create something that like a lot of people find interesting and want to use, but sometimes you just want to scratch an itch. Yeah, I can make sure that like I don't end up getting to a step and finding out that I've got a bad controller board or stepper driver or whatever it might be. Not stepper driver, stepper motor. Words are getting hard. Words have always been hard. So Renov, you have some printed parts, I presume, on your build. In your designs, do you have any spots where you screw straight into plastic? Like where you said, okay, this isn't load bearing. Because sometimes I'm surprised how many places on a Voron they do screw into plastic. It usually makes sense everywhere that they've decided to do it. That screw just hopped into Narnia. Oh, here it is. All right, this is a step where I haven't put in any roll-in nuts. I think some of my electronics mounts, gotcha. That makes sense. Why is my browser lagging so much? Okay. You need M5. 5. 5. And M5. But I think Voron does it so you can disassemble and reassemble components multiple times. Gotcha. M3. Don't use these very often. Three. 3. M3. Which foot goes where? Is my keyboard running out of battery? At the front with the M3 hole, and that would be an M3 by 8, which I already have out, I hope. AM 5 by 10 again. Let's see if these end up being the right corners. I think it is. Oh my gosh, my browser is just dead. Let's just go around and do the same thing on all of the sides. Yes. By sides, I mean corners. Wrong order. Get in thine hole. And I start struggling with just getting like a single screw in. My hands are too big to do stuff and things. This is traditionally where I'm sometimes quite mistake prone. When I'm getting close to the end of a section or something and I'm trying to go fast to get it done. And I think after these things, the next chapter will end up being the X gantry and belting. This will not screw into that T-nut. Generally, it's been the T-nut's problem and not the screw. And that has happened. About the third or fourth T-nut, I think I've had an issue with. Out of however many dozen I've already done in the build. But I think more than I experienced in the V0 kit. And compressor feet. Do I even have those up there? I don't think I thought I was going to get to them. Yeah, they're over here. M5 nut and M5 by 16. I'm gonna have to clean up a bunch. Five nut times 4. M5 by 16. Can't quite see that. be able to set it on its actual feet. I like that as a little bit of a milestone. Build. Stand on your own 4 feet. It's been a good stream. I think the quality and audio quality has been fairly good compared to some of my past streams. Really worked on that quite a bit. So happy. Let me know if the audio has not picked up my voice or picked up too much background noise if you see this video. I had a number of people pop into the stream noting that they use my videos, streams, and or review to help with their FORMBOT V0 build, which is always great to hear. Thanks for everybody who continues to watch those videos. And I mentioned it in the beginning of the stream, but some of the affiliate profits from those links in the review have contributed towards this build. So it's like the channel is sustaining itself a little bit, which is really cool. I don't know why I thought there was self-tapping screws. Probably because the V0 used self-tapping screws for those accent parts. Yep. Same thing 4 times. And yeah, we're now going to get into the axis gantry. Although it probably won't actually take that long, but we are here. It's starting to look like a trident. Pretty satisfied. I did have Steve call out a couple things where I got things, a couple spots when I got things wrong. Had to backtrack a few times, corrected myself a number of times. I think everything's looking good in terms of motion. It's a little tough to turn. I might have tightened this down a little bit too much, but I will probably adjust some stuff off stream. I need to get a bite to eat before I head to bed. So yeah, successful stream, build's looking good. I'm happy with it so far. The kit seems to be working pretty well for me. I have gone through exactly 3 roll-in T-nuts that have kind of cross-threaded and haven't been good. But otherwise, hardware, extrusions, motors, my printed parts so far are looking pretty decent. So yeah, I'm like having a tower over this thing. Let me see if there's anything else. Off stream, I'm going to just kind of go through, tighten everything, double check that I have everything in the correct orientation. I need to figure out if I was supposed to glue these M5 nuts into here, or I just need to hold on to them until they come up again. I think we're going to be getting into the Z gantry and XY gantry and belt up next. So yeah, that'll be kind of the motion system mostly complete, and then I think it's the tap and stealth burner, and then getting into the electronics after that. So yeah, really happy with the progress. Thank you for everybody who tuned into the stream, whether you dropped in or have been lurking and or chatting. If you have any questions about this, please leave them in the comments below or hop into the next stream and let me know. Talk to me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, or anywhere that you kind of come across me. And yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. Renovic, if you're still here, I will talk to you later. I might ask you some questions about that monolith. And happy evening, good night to everybody, or good morning if you're over in Asia, as Steve is. I need to check out what's going to be going on with Japanese Japanese Rep Festival. Japan Rep Festival. I can't speak, so you know it's time for me to go to bed. But thank you very much for tuning in. I'll see you in the next stream. I will announce when that is, whenever it is. Talk to you later.